Hello and good morning. Welcome to everybody who has just arrived. My name is Brandon Reed. I am a freediving instructor, a breath training coach, and I am here to commentate the CMAS Freediving World Pool Indoor Championship here in Kuwait. As you can see, we are off already. We are on Heat 2 at the moment. We just began with our Dynamic Bifins Day. Up in lane A, we see May Abder of Kuwait. We also see Aliyah Al-Salem in lane D there. Hello, Johan. Great to see you. Welcome everybody in the chat. Please do let me know if the volume levels are sounding good. And also let me know where you guys are watching from. It'd be awesome to hear and see. So, for those that do not know, Dynamic Bifins is a discipline. Dynamics, first and foremost, is sort of a grouping of disciplines where you start on one side of the pool and you take a big breath in and you swim back and forth, with distance being the deciding factor of where you place amongst the other competitors. In Dynamic Bifins, you use the bifins, which are two fins that you wear on either foot, and you do a traditional flutter kick with them to propel yourself through the water. Test. There we go. Thank you, Lisa. It's good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Ooh, 3 a.m. in Argentina. That is commitment to the sport. Thanks for being here. You can see here from the surface, a diver doing a bit of finning underwater. You can also see that we have gotten the underwater camera sorted from yesterday, so we'll be able to get a better look at the action actually underwater. Again, as I said yesterday, I wish we could have had them for dynamic no fins. I think it's one of the most technically interesting of the disciplines, as there's so many little places that you can improve your technique in such small little movements. But you can go back on the CMAS YouTube and look at the previous pool championships, and you can get a good understanding of the dynamic no fins technique there. We were in Belgrade last year when I did the commentary for that one as well, and I'm sure I would have said pretty much the exact same thing. I was just informed that the start list has not been posted yet, so I will send a few messages and make sure that happens. Okay, so we are moving into Heat 3 now. In Lane A, we have Zainab Al-Wazan of Kuwait. We have Kalma Fard Samira of Iran. Miriam Al-Weri. Ooh. Sorry, one moment. Yes, Miriam Al-Weri of Saudi Arabia. And we have Sabine Manz Romero of Ecuador. You can hear a additional version of my voice doing the countdown. Each athlete, basically, as you can hear, there's a countdown starting at 3 minutes, all the way down to top time, which is when they can officially start. And then athletes have an additional 30 seconds after top time to begin their dive. So if an athlete had not gone by the 30 mark, they would have be given a DNS, or did not start. Ruth, it's so good to see you in the chat. So glad to hear that you're listening. Miss you very much. Please give my love to all of the fam in Sharm. Hopefully soon I'll be able to see you guys there. Hi Tati, great to see you too. Yay. Yeah, please do show your support for the athletes in the chat. They watch these back, and it's always nice for them to see their friends and family cheering in the chats. Okay, we have Zainab up in lane A, showing the OK sign, saying I'm OK. At these competitions, the surface protocol is simply showing the OK sign to the judge. In other organizations, there are many more sort of processes involved with removing of face clip or of nose clips, face mask, as we're seeing here. Ooh, so Sabine there, I may have missed it. It's possible she may not have given the OK sign. Okay, no. We're okay. I just missed it. So that's going to be a white card. When a diver competes, they have 3 options for what they get as a result. A white card means that the dive was completed with no penalties. A yellow card means that the dive was completed but with penalties. And a red card means that the dive was not completed. Sometimes due to surface protocol, sometimes due to underwater blackout or airways dipping. Those are all reasons that you would get a red card. Yellow card in pool will often come from from an incomplete turn, or touching the bottom of the pool, I think is usually one of those. We are working on posting the starting list now to the CMAS Freediving Instagram stories. So please do go over there and check it out. And also make sure you're following me at Brandon Freediver on Instagram. I'm posting some behind-the-scenes stuff when I am not running around or getting all my stuff organized for the next day. Cool. I've just been told that the pool water is 26 Celsius, and the ambient temperature is around 23. Okay, moving down the lanes, we have let me just double check something here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we're on heat 4. We have Irini Anna Langonica of Greece in lane A, Saderi Fatima of Saudi Arabia in lane B, Carol Carrasco of Chile in lane C, and Mary Avietsian of Armenia in lane D.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Important to note that Carol holds 3 national records for Chile, which are also her PBs. She has a 532 static, a 157-meter dynamic bifins, so hopefully we will see a little bit of an improvement here today. And also dynamic, she has the record at 187 meters, all at the Pan American Championship of Ecuador 2022. Ooh, wow, it's so good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Sorry I missed you in Bali, but I hope you had a good time there. So for those who are new to freediving, Mariana, good to see you. Can't wait to see you in a few weeks. Few days? Weeks.
20 seconds.
Can't wait to see you soon. For those who don't know, freediving is not quite like other sports where, you know, you want to sort of hype yourself up and you want to have lots of adrenaline preparing you for your event, your performance. This is more of a sport and a discipline where you want to slow the heart rate, you want to decrease mental stress and clutter, you want to zone out in a way. As you can see, the movements are not fast. This is a discipline where distance is the important thing, not the speed. Speed we'll see later on at the in the 4x50 discipline. This is a very gentle movement where we are trying to conserve as much energy as possible to propel the diver through the water as effortlessly as possible. So we can see really slow movements. We can also see the kicking actually stopping here and there. As we look underwater, we can also see, ooh, a nice turn, kicking off the wall. Some divers prefer to kick off the wall, others prefer to do the turn and do one dolphin kick off the wall. Both are viable options. What we like to see is a medium amplitude of the kicking, where they are kicking enough to actually create power and generate power, but not so much that they are kicking far beyond the vortex, as I will say. They want to be sort of kicking in a place where they're not adding extra drag onto the dive itself. Okay, coming up at 100 meters is Mary. This is a 100-meter pool. Other divers are also up. I believe we're looking at Saderi and Erini. And I believe that is Carol still going. She's passing 125 right now. Those lines on the bottom of the pool tell you that they are halfway across the pool. As we said, Carol's PB is 157 in this discipline. We can't really see her off the back over there, but there we go. She's crossing the, and speeding up a little bit. Coming up, that is definitely past 157. Showing the OK sign.
Last 3 minutes.
Looking good. I don't think I see any signs of cyanosis in the lips. It's one of the signs that we look for in a diver to see if they are, how close they are to potentially having a blackout. A lot of divers, you will see their lips turn blue as they get closer and closer to that limit. Although not all. Some divers, like I know a few divers that get super blue lips really, really early. And I know other divers that do not get blue lips at all. Either way, congratulations to Carol for that new national record. Let's see, I'm just waiting on the results here.
2 minutes.
Give me just one moment here. I will be right back. I'm going to quickly try and grab the results from one of the judges. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. We're also working on getting the graphics up and running, so no worries on that. Okay, we are in Heat 5 now. So we have Josephine Fischer of Germany in lane A. We have Joanna Hofer of Austria. Lane B, we have Ute Weinrich of Germany. Lane C, and Lucy Bujanova of the Czech Republic in lane D. In this discipline, Josie has a personal best of 169 meters. Joanna has a personal best of 150. Ute has a personal best of 131. And Lucy has a personal best of 133. We'll see divers come to a World Championship for a variety of reasons, some of whom are here to break national world records. Others are here just to test themselves. If you've ever been to a championship before, you know that, or a competition before, you know that doing a personal best at a competition is much harder than it is doing it at just during a training session. And similarly, it's very different doing it at a world championship than it is doing it at a local competition. Ute is up. Let's see, where is she? I can't quite see her. Let's see, looking at Lucy up in lane D. So a lot of divers, to come and test themselves, will come to a world championship, come around the world and test themselves, see how they do. I like to say if you can do a national world record personal best at a competition, you are basically bomb-proofing yourself for future competitions. Because the stress that often comes from being at a world championship is much greater than doing it at a small comp or just especially in a personal setting. Yeah, there we see Lucy. We have, let's see, who is that? I believe that is Joanna, who's being supported by the safety team. There we go. Yep, we can see her being supported by the safety team. They're blowing across her face. They are supporting her. These types of blackouts that we see are not like the kinds of blackouts that you would... Yeah, she's over there. Over there smiling. These types of blackouts are not the kind that you see on TV in like the UFC or in boxing, where it's a traumatic brain blast that knocks you unconscious. This is a hypoxic blackout, by where our body is conserving oxygen for the brain, and as a result, it stops the body from moving. And that's why we have safeties here. There's very little risk to a diver if they are supported very, very quickly. And that's why we have a fantastic safety team here. They've been training with Roberto Butera for 2 months now. He's been showing them, working with them on all kinds of drills, showing them different previous world championships, looking what to look for in competitive athletes versus your run-of-the-mill recreational diver, because oftentimes in competitions, competitive athletes are able to ride the line a little bit more than a non-competitive athlete. And so the signs that you might see for a competitive athlete and signs for a non-competitive athlete are a little different. And so they've been very well trained on that. They've been trained when to jump in and when to let the athlete go. And yeah, they've done a fantastic job so far. So huge shout out to the safety team. You guys are doing a great job keeping our athletes safe. Sylvain, great to see you again. Welcome back to the stream. Renee, I am waiting to get the results sheet. Actually, I have it right now in front of me. Let's see. Let's pull it up. Okay, great. So the results so far from the day. Starting with Heat 1. We have Lujian Al-Hamadi with 50 meters. Adasu Ramanzanoglu of Turkey, 75 meters. May Albder of Kuwait, 78 meters. Miriam Al-Katan, 76 meters. Let's see, Zanib Al-Zawan, 84 meters. Kamila Fard Samira, 100 meters. Miriam Al-Wedi, 118 meters. Sabine Manz Romero of Ecuador, 121 meters. Erini Ana Langonica, 96 meters. Sanderi Fatima, 102 meters. Carol Carrasco, Chile, 168 meters, so a new national record for her. Mary Avietzian, 100 meters. Then as more results come in, I will let you know what they are.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Tati, thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words.
Plus 10 seconds.
Okay. We can notice here, I'm not quite sure who this is at the moment. Difficult for me to tell on the screen.
27, 28, 29, 30.
But when we can see some of our divers, they will kick a little bit and then they will glide. This is a technique used by some divers, not all, in order to conserve energy. So they'll give a few kicks and then they'll glide. They'll give a few kicks and then they'll glide. In a discipline like this, where the goal is to conserve as much energy and oxygen as possible, every little bit helps. And so even down to being able to relax the arms as they're above your head. Like oftentimes, it looks like many athletes are sort of clenching their shoulders together to keep their arms above their heads. But many good divers are actually able to, with a lot of flexibility, lock their hands together, and they're able to release their shoulders completely, and their biceps basically rest on the back of their ears, or on the back of their head. And in this way, you conserve more energy, because you don't actually have to hold that tension in your shoulders to keep the arms above your head. Oftentimes you will also see, ooh, nice turn there. Oh, that was a beautiful turn. Oftentimes you will also see a athlete that will just swim with their arms at their sides. And the trade-off between those two options is, with arms above your head, you're a bit more streamlined, but you generally use more energy to keep your arms there. If your arms are at your sides, you are using less energy because they're nice and relaxed, in a very relaxed position, but it's not as streamlined. And so that's why I bring up, the interlocking of the hands. If you're able to do that with ease and shoulder flexibility, you are actually able to cut out that. You're able to cut out that use of the shoulders and conserve more oxygen. So it becomes more efficient then, in that case, if you have the flexibility in your shoulders to rest them on the back of your head, with your arms above your head. For other people who don't have that flexibility, leave your arms at your sides and just have a nice relaxing time. Okay, our divers are up. From the previous heat, Josephine Fischer, 192, white card. Joanna Hoffer, 173, unfortunately a red card due to surface blackout, or underwater blackout, excuse me. We have Ute Weindick of Germany competing in the 60-plus masters category, 105 meters. And Lucy Budinova, 120 meters. All right, plus 3 minutes on to Heat 6. Lane A, we have Anna Iliadou of Greece. Lane B, we have Birgit Westman of Germany. Lane C, we have Alia Akar of Turkey. And lane D, we have Valentina Kafoya of Croatia. Birgit holds national records for Germany. I believe she set a new national record yesterday in dynamic no fins. Shoot, I don't have that information in front of me. I will say that the results have been posted on the CMAS Freediving Instagram page and the Facebook page, so please do go ahead and check out all the results from yesterday and future results from today on in those areas.
One minute and 30 seconds.
Alia is competing in our junior division. From my understanding, I believe she comes from a... yes, Bios, thank you. No, I have lane C as Turkey. I believe Alia comes from a from a fin swimming background, which is very exciting. We have a lot of fin swimmers here who are dipping into the apnea as well.
30 seconds.
That's one of the cool things about doing these types of events is that we have a, I guess, more traditional apnea discipline in the dynamics or in static in the morning, and then we will do one of the speed apnea or endurance apnea events in the afternoon with either the 2x50 as we saw yesterday, 4x50 this afternoon, or the 8x50 tomorrow.
Top time. Plus 10 seconds.
You guys are absolutely right. I am looking at the wrong heat. Please forgive me. So lane A, we have Annie Højgaard of Denmark. We have Toprak of Turkey in lane B. Melinda Baija of Hungary in lane C. And Natasha Lessie of Switzerland, excuse me, in lane D. Thank you for for being my fact checkers in the chat. Annie has the national record in bifins for Denmark, set at 146 meters, which is exciting. Hopefully we'll see a new national record here for Denmark. We also have Melly, who is attempting to break the national record. She used to hold it, but has been broken since then. But her personal best is now 152 meters, so we'll have to see. Divers are coming off the wall at 100 meters now. Natasha in lane D is coming up to 150. Okay, coming off the wall. Natasha holds the national record for dynamic bifins at 159. Coming up now, looks like she will be... Okay. Oh, okay, so Natasha went under the surface a little bit, being supported by the safeties. Okay, looks like all divers are up. Melly also up, I believe, at around 160. We'll see how results pan out. From Heat 6, we have Anna Liadu at 131 meters, Birgit Westman, 135 meters in the 55 Masters category. Alia Kar, 84 meters, and Valentina Kafola, Croatia, at 150 meters. If you guys have any questions, we see Natasha totally back, breathing normally. Something to note with the blackouts that we do see during this event is that divers will come back very, very quickly because they're being brought up to the surface. We have receptors in our face that can tell when our faces are above the water, and as such, because we have blacked out, our body is like, wait, we want to breathe, we want to get rid of the CO2, let's start breathing as soon as it knows that it's in a safe place to do so. And so that's why we'll see the safety divers blowing across the divers' faces to try and trigger those receptors to let the body know that it's in a safe place to breathe. And as such, the divers will begin breathing very, very quickly, generally. And then they're up and smiling because they're confused as to why they're being supported, because the last thing you remember, they were doing their dive, or they were giving the okay sign, or they've given the okay sign in their head while they've been dreaming. That's why if you look, you'll oftentimes see the divers give an okay sign after they've regained consciousness, because they realize, oh, I'm up, I need to give the okay sign, and they'll do it without realizing that they blacked out. I believe Melly did get a white card. As soon as we see the results, I will let you know. There's a slight delay because the judges have to hand off the information to a runner who is then bringing it up to a judge's station where they are then inputting the information into a spreadsheet, and then it gets sent to me. So it's a much faster system than yesterday, but I do not have immediate results. So give me like 5 minutes between and I can get you the results for you. All right, Heat 8 is coming up with Lane A having Natasha Boskovic of Serbia competing in the 55-plus division. Vita Kresmer of Slovenia. In Lane B, Lawrence Gugen of France, also competing in 55-plus. And Lane D, Shoko Kobayashi of Japan, competing in Lane D. If you guys do have any questions, please do feel free to post them in the chat. I'm happy to answer, and it definitely gives me things to think about and to let you guys know. It's a pleasure, Bayus. Happy to have gotten things organized and ironed out. Also very happy to be doing the commentary today. It's a good time.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
All right, top time.
Plus 10 seconds.
As I said, divers are able to leave the wall up to 30 seconds after top time.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Hi, Morel. Morel asks, wonder if the length of the lanes has any impact on the results for each diver. Which length would be the best? Sometimes I think the turns are ... disturbing the flow, if you know what I mean. So you're asking if it's better to do dives in a 25-meter pool or a 50-meter pool. That is a good question. I would... So with disciplines like dynamic, anything with fins, generally it's better to have longer distances doing the 50-meter pool. This is because you don't need to turn at the wall and do the kick. Generally, it's not best to kick off the wall with your fins, like actually push off the wall with your fins, because you can jump out of your fins. If the fin gets pushed up against the wall, as you try and push off, it basically creates a suction where if you push off like you would with your toes, you point your toes and then that suction of the fins can just suck the fin off of your foot. And then you have to continue the dive with one fin. You don't get a redo. So that's why we see a lot of divers who will do a turn where they push with their hand, turn themselves around, and then give a dolphin kick to gain that power back and then switch into bifins. And that's the same with monofin. Kicking off the wall with a monofin, or pushing off the wall with a monofin, is not really very efficient. In dynamic no fins, I would argue it is better to do it in a small pool because you are able to fully reload your legs onto the wall and use that push off the wall to completely glide for as long as you possibly can before beginning to use your arms again. In that discipline, dynamic no fins is a huge boon to be able to use the wall that many times. Hope that answers your question. Renee, yes, the results should have been posted on the CMAS Freediving Instagram account and the CMAS Freediving Facebook page. You should be able to go check them out now. Shoko is up. This is her first World Championship and is here just to get white cards. Her personal best in this discipline was 173. It looks like she may have gotten close. I don't believe we hit 173, though. We'll have to see what the results say. It looks like Natasha may have had an LMC there. I believe she was supported by the safeties. We'll take a look and see. Awesome. From last heat, Annie Højgaard, 150, white card. Toprak, Turkey, 136. Melinda Bajia of Hungary, 155. Natasha Lessie, 168, red card. Okay. Looking at Lawrence there in the 55 plus category. I really wish I had the 55 Masters category records. It is entirely possible that could be a new world record. We will have to wait and see. Amazing. PB for Melly. Congratulations. Okay, up next, Heat 9, we have Youngju Lee of Korea. We have Bilgi Bilge Jingegegai. The Turkish names always get me. Oh. She's in lane B. We have Almuenda Calvo Blanco of Spain in lane C, and Isabella Sanchez Aran, also of Spain, in lane D. Isabella holds all of the national records for her country, although unfortunately I seem to have misplaced the record sheet for Spain. I will take a look now and see if I can find it for you guys. Thank you so much, Martin. I appreciate it. Doing my best over here, making things work. We're doing the things.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
All right. Spanish records. My apologies. Dynamic bifins is currently held by Gemma Villa at 200 meters.
1 minute.
Please do spam your support for the athletes in the chat. I love to see it. They love to see it. And if you use your imagination, it's almost like you're here cheering them on in Kuwait at this beautiful pool.
20 seconds.
Let's see. Youngju holds all of the CMAS records, I believe, for Korea in the pool, with dynamic bifins being 174 meters currently at the moment. We were talking yesterday, and she is definitely planning on doing a new record attempt today. She has done close to, or more than 200 meters, I believe, in this discipline, so hopefully see a new national record there.
Plus 20 seconds.
And Bilgi holds the dynamic bifins record at 204 meters, has held it since 2018. Okay, you can again see the nice slow kicking. And the glide as well. Oh, that pesky glare. You can see a lot of the divers are wearing things down their backs or around their necks. Those are neck weights. Divers will use them to make them more heavy, so they will be neutrally buoyant in about a meter-ish of water. They want to be off the bottom, but they also don't want to be floating to the top. They will do that in order to be able to put all of their momentum and all of their power into just going forward. If you are too floaty or too sinky, you have to fight to either stay down in the water or you have to fight to stay up off the ground, which means you are not putting all of your momentum straight forward, you're putting it also up or down. And in a sport like this, where conserving as much oxygen as possible is the key to success and can mean the difference between a white card and a red card, having your weighting sorted is one of the best things you can do to actually increase your performance. It's also important to note that this isn't really, doing your weighting isn't something that you can just kind of just show up and be like, okay, I'm going to put on an extra 2 kilos today. It's something that takes a long time to dial in. Because when you're doing your disciplines, you're not only worried about the buoyancy from your wetsuit, you're also worried about the buoyancy. Okay. Youngju is up. Recovering. Okay. Looking okay. Good. You're not only worried about the buoyancy from your wetsuit that you're wearing, or if you're not wearing a wetsuit, but you're also thinking about your full breath. Your full breath changes your buoyancy. How many packs you take if you pack. That impacts things. There are so many different things that will impact your floatiness or your sinkiness. And so divers will take an entire session to just play around and put on 100 grams, take off 200 grams, put on 50 grams to get it exactly right. And I will say, when you do get your weighting right, it makes things, it's a completely different swim compared to if you are fighting positive or negative buoyancy. It feels effortless, just fly through the water. Okay, from the last heat, Heat 8, we had Natasha Boskovic, 55 plus at 152 meters. We have Vida Kresmer of Slovenia, 182 meters, red card. Laurence Guggen of France, 55 plus, 185 which I believe is a new world record. But we'll check on that. And Shoko Kobayashi of Japan, 166 meters, also white card.
Last 3 minutes.
Okay. Moving on, we have Heat 10. We have Kitang, or Olivia, of China in lane A. We have Lucia Nowechiga, Wejewski. There we go. Sorry, team. Of Poland. We have Feiruz Al-Medawi of Greece in lane C, and Hinate Penilla Marere of France in lane D. Hey Lisa, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. We're having a fantastic time. Dynamic bifins day today. Already having some awesome national records, potentially a world record. I'm going to pull up, I have a computer in front of me. I can pull up these results and I can just tell you guys. Let's see, where are they?
1 minute and 30 seconds.
That's Belgium. I can't tell you guys the number of record documents I have open on my computer right now. It's kind of nuts. Okay, 55 plus for indoor. Dynamic bifins. So we said that Lorenz did 185.
30 seconds.
Which is absolutely a new national record, or new world record for the Masters 55 to 59 division for women. So huge congratulations to Lorenz Kugen of France. Beautifully well done, pushing the record by 20 meters.
4, 3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds.
For reference, Olivia has a personal best of 180 meters.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lucia has a personal best of 182 meters. Feiruz holds the national record in Greece for bifins at 183 meters. And Inatea has a personal best of 207 meters. You can see a nice amplitude of kicking. We don't want to be kicking too wide, as that will pull our legs out of that streamlined vortex around our body, and will actually add drag rather than necessarily being helpful. It is better to sort of kick within this vortex space of already disturbed water that has been disturbed by you cutting through it with your arms or your head. You can sort of imagine, like, you know, when you see those, like, say a wing in a wind tunnel and they blow smoke at it. You can see all the little, like, the wispy wispy smokes moving over the wings. It's sort of like that, and there's a little bit of disturbed air, or just, well, in this case, disturbed water. And we want to be trying to stay within that area, as that's already been disturbed, and we can sort of continue to generate power within that without adding any extra drag. Hey Jordy, good to see you. Hope your training for Jeju is going very well. Definitely will be rooting for you for that con. Turn and a kick. Coming off of the 150 meter mark now. I believe that's Feiruz passing the 175 meter mark. Okay, Feiruz is up. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Ooh, lots of little jiggles going on. What we're seeing there is a little tiny bit of a samba. That is what happens. That's basically the point between where our body is conscious and where our body is beginning to go unconscious. So we very quickly lose muscle tension and then regain it again, and then lose muscle tension and regain it again. We call it a samba because some people will say it looks like they're dancing. My friend Juli, who is Argentinian and knows all about the samba, the dance, not the act, says that she hates that because it looks nothing like the samba. Hinatea is up. Strong recovery breaths. Okay sign. And then we just have to wait for the results from the judges. Yeah, very nice save. Yeah, athletes will use the recovery breaths to regain, to fill their body with oxygen without losing the partial pressure of oxygen already in their body. What can happen when after you've done a long breath hold, if you fully exhale, something that can happen is you drop the pressure of oxygen in your lungs to the point that the oxygen in your blood will come out into your lungs even though your body wants oxygen. If you remember from high school, which I'm sure all of you do, gases want to flow from a high concentration to a low concentration. And so when we breathe in air. There's 21% oxygen in the ambient air that we're all breathing now. And that pressure of oxygen in the body is lower. So the oxygen wants to flow from the lungs into the blood. When we do a long breath hold, the oxygen in the body is still quite low, but if we exhale all of the air out of our lungs, we can actually make it so that, because the gases want to flow from high to low again, the oxygen will flow out of the blood. And we want the oxygen in the blood because that keeps us conscious. So we do recovery breathing to keep that partial pressure of oxygen high in the lungs. As you saw, recovery breathing is letting a little bit of air out and then sucking it back in again. A little bit of air out, sucking it back in again. In that way, you keep the partial pressure of oxygen high in the lungs, while also allowing you to purge the CO2 and also cycle and add more oxygen in. And it can mean the difference between a red card and a white card. We saw with Natasha a little bit earlier, Natasha Alessi of Sweden, or of Switzerland, when she came up, she did not do recovery breaths. That's something that can happen when you are on the verge of blacking out. You just sort of forget to do it. And she had a little bit of an LMC, and airways dipped, and she was supported by the safety team. With Hinatea, came up, nice and strong recovery breaths, and was able to maintain her composure. So from Heat 9, we had Youngju Lee doing 187 meters, which, let's see, is a new national record, so congratulations to her. We have Bilgi of Turkey, who did 209 meters, which is also a new national record, I believe we said. And then we have Almudena Cavallo Blanco of Spain, 205 meters. And that one is also a new national record. So national records across the board. Congratulations, everybody. Very nicely done. Results from Heat 10 are coming in now, so hang on for just 1 second. Ooh. DJ Azaria? Azari? Yes. I will let you know in a moment once we begin. Okay, coming up, Heat 11. We have Natalia Domashenko of Serbia. We have Gemma Villacatala of Spain, who was the previous record holder until just now for Spain. We have Livia Bregonzio, of Italy, and Magdalena Solchalanda of Poland. Incredible athlete, previous world record holder. Current national record holder as well for both dynamic bifins and also dynamic 257 for Poland.
20 seconds.
Livia holds the current national record for Italy at 240 meters.
10 seconds.
Just keep that in mind.
Plus 20 seconds.
To answer your question, DJ, static and dynamic are just completely different disciplines. With dynamic, obviously, you are not laying face down in the water doing nothing. You are moving the entire time. There are things to be gained from doing static, and static training, I think, is a very important component of anyone's training routine. But ultimately, it's something that you have to practice. You have to condition your legs to be able to work in a low oxygen environment. You have to be able to train yourself in CO2 tolerance. You have to train your mental in order to try and not speed up at the end of a dive. It's not a one-for-one comparison. Jordy, I don't think the results have been ratified yet. For those who don't know, Mirella just did a 158-meter dynamic bifins dive and set the new world record at 158. But it was very recently, and I don't know if the results have been ratified. The current results on the CMAS website, I
checked, and her results are not there. But that could be for a variety of reasons. So Mirella had a white card dive not that long ago that put the new record at 158 meters. Okay, divers are hitting the 150 meter mark. I believe that's Gemma coming up to 125 now. Magdalena passing 175. We're watching her now. Beautiful technique, giving one or two kicks and then gliding again. Coming up on 150, I believe that is Gemma. We have Natalia up. Magdalena is still going. Passing 225 now. She may be attempting a new world record here, which would be amazing to see. Okay. Magdalena is up at around 245. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay. Gave the okay sign. Magdalena did. Gemma is also up. Okay, there we see the judges looking stylish as ever. You can see them both marking where the athlete came up. So that, for Gemma, looks like around 200, 14, 13. And then Magdalena, beautiful dive. We'll see what the official results are coming up very soon. All right, from Heat 10, we have Qitang Olivia from China, 200 meters exactly. Lucia of Poland, 186. We have Feiruz of Greece, 191, red card, potential blackout. And then Hinatea of France, 191, white card. Absolutely smashed it. So today we've done something a little bit different where we've put all the women first and then the men will be going now. So this was a massive heat. Big congratulations to all the divers. Looking forward to seeing what these official, unofficial results are. Please remember that all the results that I'm reading off have not been officially reviewed by the judges yet. These are preliminary results that will be, after all the dives are done, they'll be reviewed and then will be checked from there. Good to see you, Jacek. Hope you're doing well. Asya, we don't quite know yet. I'm still waiting for the results to be delivered from the pool up to the judges area and then into the document that I'm looking at on my computer. I've scrolled myself away into a corner, away from everybody. And as a result, I'm just waiting and relying on technology. But as soon as I have the results, I will let you guys know. Dive time, I cannot help you with. What you could do, if you were so inclined, is to go backwards and check. I believe we did see when she came up on the stream, so you can go from top time to get a general idea, and then just scrub through until you find when she comes up for time and for distance. As soon as I have, I will let you guys know. SM Jiman, looks like Al Hassan is diving at 11:14. So a little ways off still. We have a little bit of time now to take a break. Roughly about 30 minutes. Our next official top is at 10:50, so 25 minutes from now. So in that case, I'm going to take a very quick break, stretch my legs, and I will come back to you guys with the men, part 2 for dynamic bifins here at the CMAS Pool World Championship in beautiful Kuwait. You know what? I'm going to hold off until I walk away, until I give you guys the results. Because I feel like that is important for you guys to know. Josie Fisher. Let's take a look here. Josie Fisher. Josephine. 192 meters, white card for Josie. Okay, the results are coming in from the last heat right now. The Excel sheet is being updated. We have Natalia Domashenko of Serbia, 188 meters, white card. Gemma Villa-Catalan of Spain, 211 meters, white card. We have Livia Brazzagonio of Italy, 257 meters, white card. And Magdalena Solchalanda, 263. Waiting on the card. Still waiting on the card. Still waiting on the card. Oh my God. What is happening? I need the W. Give me the W.
Tehát igen, megvan ugyanaz neki, de van ebből is
Yeah, 263. Huge. Huge, huge, huge. I would love to know if it's a white card. Okay, well, it looks like we're holding off on the card. Currently, Magdalena is in first place with 263 meters. I'm going to assume it's a white card, as there were no issues that I could see while she was doing her surface protocol. But when I come back from a little break, I will let you guys know what the official result was. Official, unofficial, remember, unofficial results pending judges' review. I'll let you guys know what they put down in the judges' sheet when I come back. You can find the starting list for all of the athletes today on the CMAS Freediving Instagram page and on the CMAS Facebook page. Martin, I very much appreciate you. Live your best life. Have fun. Cool. All right. I'm Brandon. I will be back in a little bit, roughly 25 minutes, maybe 20. Yeah, 20 minutes. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
خالد كذي ولا كذي؟ شباب في اكل دايت اللي يبي
Last 3 minutes.
Check, test, 1, 2. Brandon is back in the house here at the CMAS Pool World Championships in Kuwait.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
We just finished this morning with a new world record, unofficial, by Magdalena Solz-Chalanda, 263 meters. Big difference there. Amazing dive. Again, all the results from this morning are not official yet. They are pending review by the judges after this second half, with the men going now. Oh, thanks, team. Glad everything is sounding good. Hope you guys are all feeling awesome, feeling excited to get this party started. Once again, we are doing dynamic bifins this morning.
30 seconds.
The discipline in which you wear bifins and you swim dynamically through the water. Holding your breath, swimming back and forth as many times as you can, for as much distance as you can. This discipline is based on the total amount of distance that you swim, rather than a time or anything like that.
5, 4, 3,
In lane A, we have Ahmed Karawi.
Plus 10 seconds.
We have Nizar Maghrabi. In lane B, Mod Al-Meri. In lane C, and Anas Al-Balawi in lane D.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
SM, I'm doing very, very well. Ooh, and we have the thingy on the screen. Excellent. Got the issues sorted out. For anybody curious, the pool is 26.7 degrees Celsius, with the ambient temperature being 24 degrees and the humidity in the pool being 55%. For the nerds among us that like to know such statistics. Okay, well, it looks like we're not getting any of the actual diving on the screen. But, let's see. There we go, okay. We're on it. Okay. Strong surface protocol. Again, with CMAS. Surface, big smile, always important. The important thing is, during CMAS, give the OK sign. All right. White card, beautiful. As I said earlier, there are 3 cards that can be given to an athlete to delineate what they have done for their attempt. Excuse me. White card means that the dive was completed without any penalties. A yellow card means that the dive was completed, but there are some penalties. And red card means the dive was not completed. There we go, crossing off on the list. Maud, who is in lane C, said that this was the first time Bahrain was actually in a championship. And as such, I believe there are only open records available. So hopefully, potentially, that was a new national record for Bahrain. As before, we are waiting on the results from the judges. But as they come in, I will let you guys know what those results are as soon as they are ready. As you can see on the screen, divers are able to use the warm-up lanes. Some divers like to do a few laps before diving or do a few breath holds before diving. Some divers prefer to do no warm-up. Ultimately, it comes down to each diver to decide what is best for them and what they like the most. In big smiles. When we are competing, there's usually sort of a trade-off between turning on the dive response, which is a series of adaptations that our bodies possess to basically prepare us to hold our breath underwater. They are peripheral vasoconstriction, moving the blood from the extremities to the core, slowing of the heart rate, that sort of stuff. As you go deeper and you apply pressure, there's also the lung shift and the spleen effect. Spleen effect will pump extra oxygenated blood into your overall body, adding potentially an extra 30 seconds onto your breath hold. And the lung shift is the blood moving from the extremities to the core, filling the tissue of the lungs to keep it safe from pressure, so it doesn't continue to get smaller and smaller and eventually either injure yourself or experience any kind of barotrauma. These responses are turned on by facial immersion in the water, putting your face in the water, holding your breath, and building up of CO2, and also pressure. And in turning on the dive response, you are more prepared to dive. At the same time, though, the more you swim back and forth, the more energy you're overall using that you want to be saving for your main performance. And so with many things in freediving, it's a fine balance that each individual athlete needs to define for themselves through trial and error and practice. The results can be found on the CMAS Freediving Instagram account and the CMAS Facebook account. So go ahead and check them out there. Tatiana, we are working on the graphics. There's somebody resting and relaxing right now. Love to see it. Yeah, we're working on the graphics. There are a lot of moving parts here. If you didn't know, we also are doing a stream to a local television network here in Kuwait. And so a lot of what you heard yesterday and a lot of what you saw during the break when I wasn't here, that's all being broadcast live to the Kuwait community. As such, there are a great many moving parts, and we are working on it all. Yes. So the results will not be, or the results or the official starting lists will not be on the website. The faster and easier place to check them will be on social media. There we see a fin swimming mask on a few of our divers. We have in lane A, Mohammed Elman, whoop, and his name is cut off on my sheet. Mohammed Elman Ra something, Zaid, of Malaysia. We have Muhammad Amir Farezi, Farez Aid Faisal, also of Malaysia, lane B. Mohammed Azaki Muhammad Nazari of Malaysia, lane C. And Ahmed Azab of Egypt in lane D. Please do show your support in the chat for all of our athletes. Spam the flags. I love to see it. They love to see it. I've actually been chatting quite a lot with Ahmed of Egypt. This is his first competition, first World Championship, and he's really excited to go back and start working with the his Egyptian Federation to try and get more athletes represented here. So if you are an Egyptian athlete that is interested in doing a competition, coming to a World Championship, please do reach out to your national federation and join the team.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
The fin swimming masks are nuts, hey Martin.
3, 2, 1, top time.
As someone who has never really done any fin swimming myself, they look, and only wearing low volume freediving masks, the design is very alien to me. But it makes perfect sense. With fin swimming, the goal is to go fast. And traditional masks, if you have your head in the correct position, which is looking straight down at the ground, any sort of speed will basically knock the mask off of your face. And so the fin swimming masks, which you stick up into, the skirt goes up into your hood or into your swim cap, and it basically reduces the drag on your face completely, even removing your nose from the equation. Makes perfect sense. So lane B, Mohammed is up. We also have, see, divers crossing the 50-meter mark. Something that you might notice in some of our divers is that as we come up to the end of the dive, there is a tendency to want to move, to keep finning very quickly at the end. That is something that we want to try and avoid if possible. It's one of those things where it feels like you're eking out a little bit more, but in the grand scheme of things, you would be better off keeping things slow, keeping things in control, and reminding yourself, if I speed up, I use more oxygen, and therefore I end up actually not going as far. That is most oftentimes the case. There are some people who really thrive in that little extra bit of speed. From my understanding, it would probably not be too detrimental for fin swimmers, as they are trained to swim at that sort of speed and that pace. So from a mental perspective, maybe it helps to eke out a little bit more. But as I've said quite a few times now, every freediver is different. Every freediver has their own way of doing things, from how they do their dive to how they start their day. Everyone is different, and there's not necessarily a right or wrong way. Freediving is a very, very young sport in a great many ways, and we're still trying to figure out what the optimal positions are for freediving, the optimal everything for diving is at this point. We're only getting into the science behind a lot of it now, with specific training at depth, the impact of pressure on us, because that's really one of the biggest things that is difficult for us as freedivers, especially at depth, to work on. Is, how do we measure pressure on a body at 70 meters, 8 atmospheres of pressure? It's not exactly feasible. I know a lot of the Croatian team has been working with universities to try and do some tests. I know Alexei Molchanov had done some tests where he dove down to 40 or 50 meters and with a needle already in his arm, and at 40 or 50 meters had to take his own blood sample and then come back up again. Magdalena, who just dove, did her PhD in freediving, I believe. So there are a lot of efforts now to start working on getting into some of the deeper science behind freediving. But for most of freediving's history, it's all been anecdotal and just what works best for me. And as a result, everyone is different and everyone has their own sort of way of doing things. Cool. So, from Heat 12,
2 minutes.
We had Ahmed and Nazar not start. We had Mod Bahrain complete 115 meters, white card, and Anas did 57 meters, white card. Up next, Heat 14, we have Alejandro Alperin from Argentina. We have Mohamed. No, sorry, that's not correct. One moment.
One minute.
Okay. Good. Sorted. All right. Lane A, Alejandro Alperin, Argentina. Lane B, Mohamed Al-Balawi of Saudi Arabia. Lane C, Mohamed Al-Jabeni of United Arab Emirates. And Rihanama
20 seconds.
Sadek of Iran, competing in Heat 14 of the Dynamic Bifins event.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds.
And we're off.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Again, as we were talking about earlier, we can see some divers diving with their arms above their arms above their heads, excuse me. Other divers diving with their arms at their sides. Not quite sure who that is, but maybe we want to see a little bit less of a knee kick in the further diver. With bifins, we want to be generating the power from the hips. That's where the power begins, and then as the sort of movement continues to move down the legs, we recruit the calves and we recruit the ankles, and eventually even the toes. And so all of the power is being directed from the hips down, cracking like a whip to the tip of the fins. Hi, Christina. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Musical creativity, yes, I do agree with you, and we're doing the best that we can. This discipline is a bit difficult for us to just try and give that stuff right away, as the distances come down to centimeters, and the athletes come up at random places in the pool, so we don't really have a way to track them. Whoop, yep, so we're seeing a little bit of a blackout here. Going to remove facial equipment. We're going to blow across that diver's face. Come back pretty quickly. What are we looking at here? There we go. See a white card from, where are we looking here? I believe that is Ranma. of Iran in lane D that we just saw with the white card. Okay. We see Mohammed up, recovered. Okay. That is Mohammed Al-Jabeni, United Arab Emirates. Having a little bit of a shake. Keep recovering. Keep recovering. Okay. Good recovery. All right. That is going to be a new national record for United Arab Emirates.
Last 3 minutes.
See what we can do about the camera angles. As a reminder, we are sharing this feed with the Ministry of Information here in Kuwait. They are also doing a live broadcast on one of their local channels. So we don't have complete control over what exactly is being shown, but we are doing our best to make sure that you guys have as much action coverage as possible. And like I said, as results come in for me, I will be reading them out for you guys so you know exactly what has been completed so far. And speaking of, we have from Heat 13 some results. Let's see here. Mohammed Eleman Zaid did 64 meters, white card. Mohammed Amir Frezi, Aid Faisal, 60 meters, red card due to surface protocol.
1 minute and 30
Mohammed
seconds.
Azaki Nazari, 82 meters, white card. And Ahmed Azab of Egypt, 78 meters, white card. Okay, here we go. I don't believe that start list is
1 minute.
correct. Yeah, that start list is for the previous heat, as we are in Heat 15 now. Lane A, we have Al Hassan Man of Saudi Arabia. Lane B, we have Yusuf Al Muwail of Kuwait. Lane C, Salman Al Dosari of Saudi Arabia. Lane D, Musa Al Jadidi of Oman.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
I believe this is Yusuf's first competition. He's been working with the team in Kuwait for the last 2 months, working hard, training hard with Boris the Croatian. He's been doing a lot of work with the team here, trying to help them get ready, have a fantastic event. .50 meters coming off the wall. Again, looking for a fairly straight leg with a gentle bend in the knee. Movement starting at the hips, the upper torso being flat and stationary, nice and streamlined. Ideally with the arms above the head, as long as it's in a relaxed position. Like what we're seeing there may not be as relaxed. What you'd like to see is more shoulder flexibility where the biceps can actually rest on the back of the head, so you don't have to hold your arms above your head. Okay, we have Salman up. Strong surface protocol at around 125, I believe. We see Youssef also up. Little bit shaky, but as long as the airways don't dip, we're all good. All right, very nice. Santiago, I don't have that exact information for you of who are the top 5. Top 3, if I'm doing a very quick scan through my notes here, would be Magdalena Solchalanda, first with 263, new world record. Livia Bregonzio of Italy, 243. We then have Gemma Villa Catala of Spain, 211. Then Bilgi of Turkey, 209. And then Almenuda Cavallo Blanco, Spain, 205. If I'm reading this correctly. It's a very quick scan. As I said before, the results will be posted later on CMAS social media, CMAS Freediving on Instagram, and CMAS on Facebook.
Last 3 minutes.
You're welcome, Santiago. Elena, yes, it is confirmed to be a white card for Magdalena. And again, the results are not finalized until the judges have reviewed them. So these are unofficial results. But looking at Magdalena's dive, I don't see any reason why it would not be a white card. Yes, Matt Molina and Goran Kolac are both on the start list twice. We have cloned the two of them, and we thought that it would be better to get an average of their 2 overall best times than actually, have them just do it once.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't know why they're on the list twice, but they are on there. We will not make them dive more than once. There are not 2 of them. There will be 1 in each lane. CM, yes I am. I will be in Croatia for Deep Week. and it will be a fantastic time. I'm really looking forward to it. Marco, I unfortunately have no control over the camera angles. I wish I did. That would make my job so much easier. Just be like, no, we're watching underwater diving now. Okay, now we're watching this person do recovered breathing.
30 seconds.
That would be nice if I could control that. Maybe when we do invent that technology to clone Goran and Matt, we'll clone myself, and then I'll create a new broadcasting company that is in charge of everything. All right. So for this heat 16, we have Andras Meyer of Hungary competing in the 50-plus division in lane A. Frank Bayer of Germany, 55-plus. Hamad Ismail of Kuwait in lane C. And Jadidi Gafian Amin of Iran in lane D.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Ah, yes, that beautiful glare. If you notice, watching these safety divers going back and forth, you can see that we have quite a strong team of safeties who are swimming back and forth with the athletes. The athletes are meeting, or the safeties are meeting halfway through the pool. So they will do 50 meters with each way, starting from the middle of the pool, going to the wall, and then going back again, in an effort to make sure that the athletes are always under the watchful eye of the safety team. Okay, here we see nice amplitude in the kicks there. Not too wide, not too small. All right, we have Frank Bayer up. I believe that's around 115. It's difficult to say. Try to keep track of the athletes moving back and forth, and I don't know if Frank made the 100-meter mark or he did pass it. Who else is up? Who else is up? Let's see. There's lane C. We have Hamad we're looking at now. Andras still going. Coming up towards 200 meters. Oh, there he is. He's up at around 100 and 80? Maybe? Evgenia, nice for you to say. Thank you. It's good to be here, good to be on stream, having a great time. From the previous heat, heat 14, we have Alejandro Alperin of Argentina, 50 plus, 89 meters white card. Mohamed Al-Balawi of Saudi Arabia, 50 plus, 116 red card due to underwater blackout. Mohamed Al-Jabeni, UAE, 212 meters. Very nice dive, white card. Rahanma Zahed of Iran, 133. We also have from heat 15 coming in. Al Hassan Man Of Saudi Arabia, 110 white card. Youssef Al Muwail, Kuwait, 134 white card. Salman Al Dosari, Saudi Arabia, 128 white card. And Musa Al Jadedi of Oman, 99. And waiting on the card, but I believe it is a white card. If you guys do have any questions about the event, about freediving, whatever, please feel free to put them in the chat. Happy to answer them if they are there. It also helps me stay entertained because I love talking about freediving. But I need to be directed, you know? I feel like nobody wants to hear me talk about freediving indiscriminately. They like to have some direction to the conversation. So help me help you.
One minute and 30 seconds.
Up next, Heat 17, we have Walter Strumbrichler of Austria. In lane A, we have Hossam Zawawi of Saudi Arabia. In lane B, we have Daichi Sugitani of Japan. In lane C, and Vahid
1 minute.
Sohra Bipor, maybe, of Iran. In lane D. One of the first nights I was speaking with Daichi, he's here to do his best. And we were talking,
30 seconds.
He said that his personal best or his last championship they went to, the Japan Championship, he did 131 meters dynamic bifins. And is hoping to improve a little bit on that in this one.
10 seconds.
I also asked him if he wanted to let the world know something.
3, 2,
And he wanted everyone to know that he's the father to 2 amazing and beautiful sons that he's very happy to have watching at home and hopefully join him in the water someday.
plus 10 seconds.
When will you see me as an athlete? Ooh.
Plus 20 seconds.
I do compete in static. I do love static very much. I'm also a static coach.
26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
I have concluded from last year in Belgrade when I attempted a national record after doing commentary and then knowing I would come back out and do commentary again, that I would not do it again. It was a very silly idea for me to overextend myself in that way. I had done well beyond 7:15 in training plenty of times, and it was a really good education in how external factors will impact a dive. For those who watched that dive, I had an LMC at around 7:15, I think it was. A time that should have been very easy for me to complete. So as a result, I have decided it is very silly to try and compete while I'm working. And instead, I will just do competitions at smaller comps, get the national records that way. But anyway, I'm not competing. Let's talk about the athletes. I believe we saw an athlete using their hands and their arms a little bit. to sort of help pull them through the water. Yeah, you can see it now. That is definitely something that you are allowed to do. I think a lot of people would argue that's probably not the best thing to do, just because, again, when we talk about that vortex again, we're talking about reducing drag. If you think about it, you do get some pull from the arm pull, but then you lose some of that when you reload the arms. So it partially comes down to how efficient you are at reloading your arms, but ultimately that sort of slowing down and speeding up and slowing down and speeding up, I would argue would probably be better served just staying in a stationary position, completely relaxing your arms, and generally just going with the flow and keeping that relaxation. I would say that that's probably a better use of our oxygen fuel stores. But again, every diver is different. Some people have trained that way and they prefer doing it that way, and that is more relaxing to them. There are a great many factors that go into our oxygen consumption, and relaxation is one of them, both mental and physical. Strong recovery breaths. Let's see, who is that? I believe that is Walter. You can see our judge setup here. We have one judge recording. We have one judge keeping track of the time. And 2 judges keep track of the distance. So they're both watching where the diver comes up.
Last 3 minutes.
There we see Daichi. Congratulations on his dive. All right, from Heat 16, the results are coming in. We have Andras Meyer of Hungary, 187 white card. We have Frank Bayer of Germany, Andras is the 50 plus division. Frank Bayer, Germany, 55 plus division, 114 meters. Hamad Ismail of Kuwait, 137 meters, white card. And Amin Jadidi Figan of Iran, waiting on the results still.
2 minutes.
Coming up in our next heat, Heat 18, we have Andrei Marazovic, who's competing as a neutral athlete in lane A in the 50 plus division. We have Osama Huaid of Palestine. In lane B, we have Renan Ozgun Yaman of Turkey. In lane C, competing in the junior division, and Alberto Giannini. Yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah, got it. Alberto Giannini of Switzerland, competing in lane D.
20 seconds.
Super Gordic, it's absolutely a pleasure. Happy to be here. Happy to be talking at you guys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. seconds.
Yannick, not quite sure what you mean. Main diver evolves at half depth. Isn't it easier to swim at the bottom?
Plus 25, 26, 27, 28.
Do you mean easier to dive closer to the bottom of the pool? Ideally, we would want to be floating a little bit above the pool bottom, but definitely not like going along the bottom, but also not so close to the surface that we are fighting that positive buoyancy up there. Generally, you'd want to be, I don't know, a third of a... Ooh, we are speeding along here. Ah, that is Rinan, who is a fin swimmer, giving this discipline a go, it looks like. Generally, we'd want to be about, a third of a meter, maybe above the bottom. But every diver is different. Some divers like to be a little bit closer, some like to be a little bit further up. Completely up to them to decide. But the main thing, as I was saying before, is to not be not be negatively or positively buoyant. We want to be neutral so that we don't have to put any energy or effort into coming up off of the bottom or staying down from the surface. If we are going nice and straight the entire time, all we have to do is focus on putting that momentum and that power to make us go forward. Tommy, so good to see you. Disappointed that none of the Finnish team is here, although I understand why. Hopefully we'll see you guys at another competition very, very soon. Yeah, miss you guys very much. Although all's well, there's no sauna available, so we unfortunately wouldn't have had the fun we would have had normally anyway. For those who don't know, Tommy is one of the Finnish national record holders. Currently, I believe, holding the national record in static at 8:35? Tommy, I'm sure you can correct me. All of our divers are up. I believe all white cards. Let's check the results from the previous heat quickly. No results yet. Still waiting on Amin as well. Yannick, still not quite sure. Generally, you would not want to be on the bottom, just because that can also sort of impact your ability to kick. You really want to try and stay off the bottom as much as you can. All right, so we have Amin at 150 meters, white card from Heat 16. Moving on to Heat 17, we have Walter Strumbichler of Austria, 137 white card. We have Hassam Zawawi of Saudi Arabia, 150. We have Daichi Sugitani of Japan, 136. And we have Vahid Sohrabipor of Iran. His result is incoming. Sorry, Tommy. Well, very soon, hopefully, I'm sure. All right, we are moving right along into Heat 19.
2 minutes.
Lane A, we have Nacho Peral of Spain competing in the 55-plus division. We have Elias Almadani sorry about that. We have, where am I? Elias Al-Madani of Saudi Arabia, competing lane B. David Tevanyan of Armenia in lane C. And Mohamed Ramzi Laurad of Algeria in lane D. There we go.
One minute. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
There we saw,
Plus 10 seconds.
I believe that was David packing. Packing is an advanced technique used by divers to add more air into their
Plus
lungs.
20 seconds.
Oftentimes in depth, it is primarily used to allow you to equalize to deeper and deeper depths.
49, 30.
In pool, it does add some extra oxygen into the body. In addition, it also allows there to be more overall gases for CO2 to diffuse into, which can sometimes hold off contractions for just a little bit longer. All right, coming off the wall, 50. Those who are curious, Vahid Sobrabipor of Iran from the last heat did 154 meters with a white card. Congratulations to him. Nacho, or Ignacio, discovered freediving while practicing spearfishing with his father, and is an avid Spiro now. So for those who are Spiros in the chat, please know that you can also come and compete. It's a cool thing to try and do. And David in lane C has a personal best of 100 meters in this discipline, and is here to improve his abilities and try and set some national records. All the national records for CMAS. Whoop, whoop. Whew, that was dramatic. He's being supported by the safety team. Looks like we've got another athlete being supported over here. I believe that is, well, let's see, where are we looking here? I'm in the perfect spot to not see most of the sides of the lanes. So it's very difficult to see what's happening when a diver comes up. But we did see two LMCs and blackouts there. Again, divers immediately being supported by the safety team. Divers will regain awareness and consciousness very quickly. Okay, there we see Nacho is up. A little bit shaky as well. Keep doing your recovery breathing. There we go. And he's back. So that's a white card for Nacho. Let's see. Current records for Spain are 233, set by Ruben Aparici in 2021. I don't believe that is a new national record, but definitely a fantastic attempt. Alessandro, we've had a few blackouts today, a few LMCs. Again, nothing really to be worried about. The blackouts that we see in freediving are not like the traumatic brain injury ones that you see in boxing, where your brain is just being bounced around the inside of your skull. These are hypoxic blackouts that are being caused by the body shutting down to conserve oxygen for the brain. It's not even that the brain has run out of oxygen. It is that the body wants to conserve oxygen for the brain and for the heart. And so, in order to do so, it shuts down the body so that it stops moving its muscles, which are using that oxygen. Yay, big smiles. So, when we see a blackout like this, that's why we immediately go in, the safeties go in and immediately support the diver. They bring them up. They blow across their face. They remove their facial equipment and blow across their face. We have receptors under our eyes that will
30 seconds.
That let us know, let our brain know if our body is submerged in water or not. And so when we bring our faces up out of the water and we blow across them, we are telling our blacked out brain that we're in a safe place and it's okay to breathe. And very quickly the body will regain consciousness, will start breathing, and the diver will come back very, very quickly. And
1 minute.
yeah, they'll smile, they will laugh. One thing to note with blackouts is that they can look very, very hectic, but for the people who are experiencing them, they're actually usually pretty nice. Because what's happening is you're basically going to sleep. It feels like when you are almost between being awake and being in a dream.
30 seconds.
And regaining consciousness from that can feel really, really nice. Not that you should go out and try and experience a blackout, but if you do, it's generally can be a very calm experience. That's how my blackout felt in Belgrade last year. Others I've talked to have said the same thing. It's just like going to sleep.
3, 2, 1.
But it's very traumatizing for everybody else watching.
Plus 10 seconds.
All right. In this heat, Heat 20, we have
Plus 20 seconds.
Hawadi Benzineb
Plus
of
25.
Algeria. We have Jules Forrest of France, lane B. Mohamed Bahran Iskan of Turkey in lane C. And Frederick Marie of Australia in lane D. Fred the Tuna, as he is called. Fred being one of the competitors here who I believe is competing in every discipline. Let's see, 1, 2, yeah, he did DNF yesterday, speed yesterday, doing dynamic bifins now, will be doing speed 4x50 later on today. Has said he's doing static and speed 8x50 tomorrow, and then finally dynamic on the last day. So he is really showing the Brisbane Bull Sharks. It's really showing the world what Brisbane Bull Sharks can do. Mohamed Baran is up. We also see Jules up. We will see Jules compete later on, I believe. No, he's not competing later. He competed in the 2x50 and will be doing dynamic on the last day. Alessandro, yeah. We don't want to become experts in blackouts, but it is a thing that happens in freediving when we're pushing. Which is partially why I believe we should never push beyond our comfort zone. The way I train my coaching clients is that we always work within our comfort zone and expand our comfort zone. And as a result, our personal bests will improve. But my personal ethos in training is that training should be enjoyable, comfortable, and fun first and foremost. It's also not to say that you can't experience contractions or the urge to breathe or try, because you definitely can and should. But comfort and enjoyment should be the metric that you're following, not pushing for numbers, pushing for times or depths. That's how you push beyond your limits and you hurt yourself. And I'm sure that's a very unpopular opinion for a lot of people, but I'm the one with the mic, so I'm going to say it. All right. Looks like everybody is up as far as I can see. From Heat 18, we have Andrei Marazevic, who did 124. Thank you. Did 124 meters, so I just delivered some juice and some water. It's very exciting. We have Osama Humaid of Palestine, 127 meters, white card. Renan Ozgun Yaman of Turkey, 74, white card. We have Alberto Giannini of Switzerland, competing the 60 meter or 60 plus category, 139 meters. Yeah, Jessica, I agree. I mean, at competitions we see a lot of blackouts. But there are many competitive athletes who have never experienced a blackout. There are many divers who never experienced a blackout. And really, from a recreational perspective, from a having fun or non-competitive perspective, you should never, ever, ever have a blackout while freediving. There's just no reason to. There's no need for you to ever push that hard or that far to the point of blacking out. We obviously see it much more at competitions like this because we see people trying to eke out seconds on their breath hold, trying to add on meters onto a national record. And that extra pressure is put onto people. But really, from my perspective, we shouldn't be having blackouts. That's not fun. That's not enjoyable. It's not what we're after, you know? Let's see. Gabriel, you can find the starting list on CMAS Freediving on their Instagram page or on the CMAS Facebook page. Alrighty. From Heat 19, we have Nacho Peral of España, 55 plus division, 203 meters, white card. Elias Almandi, 152, red card. David Tevanya, Armenia, 148 meters, red card. Both due to blackout. And Mohamed did not start. Divers are allowed to not dive if they don't want to. That's totally within their rights. The announcements are made, sorry, not announcements. The start list is released the previous night, and if they don't want to dive, they don't have to.
20 seconds.
It's really, really nice. Up next, Heat 21, we have Oleg Tkachev representing the neutral athletes. We have Lemay Alvarez of Cuba in lane 2, Nida Ruthan Bulut of Turkey, lane C, Mike Borner of Germany, lane D.
Plus 10 seconds.
Unfortunately, I do not have the locations for next year's Pool World Championship. If I do hear it, I will let you guys know. But at this moment, I have no idea.
Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
All right, coming off the wall, 50 meters. Beautiful, bright wetsuit there. I believe that is either Nida or Mike. I believe that is Mike. Yes. One of the most important rules in freediving is to look good while you do it. And I believe Mike is showing us off on that right now. Gotta be bright, gotta be powerful. Have to assert your dominance on the water by looking as cool as you possibly can. Nice technique here. I believe we're looking at, I think we're looking at Oleg there. Nice small kicks. Still with power. Kicking off the wall. Nice amplitude there and then a glide afterwards. That's what we're looking for. All right, Nida is up at around 100 and I believe 35, mayhaps. Okay. Got a little bit some shakes going. Got the okay sign. Keep breathing. No, wait, go back. Go back. That's the important part. Ugh. Okay. Yes, there we go. So that is a white card for Oleg. Nicely done. I believe we still have Lemay going. Coming up on 200 meters here. Okay, he's up a little bit before 200 meters. Got the okay sign. Don't let the airways dip. If the airways dip, that is a disqualification. Even if it's a accidental dip, we don't want to see it. Oh, Mark, it's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Static Day is tomorrow, and I am not competing. I learned my lesson from last year. I will just stick with working, and I will do national record attempts at another time rather than trying to do it all in one day. It seemed like a good idea at the time, you know? One of those. So just like, yeah, I'm here. I'm doing commentary. I may as what? That's not a hard job. I may as well just end up doing a national record in static as well. Stupid idea. Not sure what I was thinking, but hindsight is 20/20. So anyway, no, I'm just here to talk to you guys, have a good time, watch the competition, and enjoy the party afterwards. Alrighty. Heat 22, we have both Hiltensauer of Austria in lane A, Boris Just, Austria lane B, both competing in the 50-plus Masters division. Hamad Al-Khalandri of Kuwait, lane C, Milod Ahabri of Algeria in lane D. Exactly, Jacek. Exactly.
1 minute.
Don't have to work hard, not tired. Well, I mean, I am tired. I'm staying up late organizing papers and stuff, but I'm not physically tired. Still get to hang out, still get to see all my friends, still get to go to the party. Yeah, win-win-win, you know? Ooh, checking my notes now. Speaking of, Boris works with Dean Schausch, who is a national record holder for Britain. Yeah? Yeah, I believe Britain. I don't know, there's so many national record holders and names in my head. Dean does a lot of really awesome training as well. He's a fantastic diver, no fins expert.
10 seconds.
Really, really awesome trainer.
5, 4,
really good guy.
3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Hamad holds the national record for Kuwait in bifins, set at 159 meters. Hopefully we will see a new bifins record here today. That's what he's going for. We are still waiting on the results from heats 20 and 21, but as soon as I have them, I will let you guys know what they are. Hamad moving pretty quickly, as we can see here. Pretty good speed. As I said before, each diver is different, and so each one has sort of their own preferences of how they like to dive. Some divers are a bit more fast, others are a bit slower. It's all up to them to sort of decide. Again, the nice kick, kick, glide, kick, kick, glide. Athletes coming up on 150 now. Looks like Ahmad is, sorry, Hamad, excuse me, speeding up a little bit. Who are we looking at here? We're looking at Wolf in lane A, and also Boris in lane B is also up. Hamad is up, giving the okay sign. As we said, for Hamad, the current record is set at 159. Looks like he's right by the wall, so either 198, or maybe he turned. Difficult for me to say. But as the results come in, I will let you guys know. Yes, we are hopefully working on some more underwater footage. I believe at the moment we only have one stationary camera set up. But we're working on getting more, I believe. Multiple angles would be nice. I will agree with you.
Last 3 minutes.
Still waiting on results from Heat 20. Just so you guys know. In total, we have 34 heats today for dynamic bifins. So we have about 10 heats left. Plenty of good stuff still coming.
2 minutes.
All right.
One minute and 30 seconds.
Looking at Nasser DYN-BF right now of Algeria, lane A. Looking at someone staring at a wall in the warm-up lane.
1 minute.
So, lane A, yes, we have Nasser Edin of Algeria, Jesper Lordsen of Denmark, lane B, Marco Massi of Italy, the 55-plus Masters Division in lane C, and Abdullah Al-Hamad of Kuwait in lane D.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
Okay, results are starting to come in from the previous heats. So starting with Heat 20, we had Hawari Benzineb of Algeria, 54 meters red card due to surface protocol. Jules Forrest of France, creating the junior category, 159, white card.
10 seconds.
We have Mohamed Baran Iskan of Turkey, also the juniors, 79 meters white card. Frederick Murray of Australia, 55-plus division, 144 meters white card.
26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
As you can see, the judges record every single dive. They record from, I believe, 30 seconds before all the way until 30 seconds afterwards, after the card has been given. And in that time, if there are any, or they're watching the diver the entire time, and in this way, they are always able to look at the footage, and if there's a dispute, if something went wrong and need to double check something, they will go back to that footage, along with the footage that we're capturing now, and any footage that someone who has been walking back and forth with them, like I can see Natasha Lessie walking back and forth with her own camera as well. All of that footage can be given to the judges when disputing a card. The footage that we're seeing from the excuse me, sorry, from the judges in the green shirts is the official judge footage that always exists, but others can bring their own as well. All right, Nasser is up. Looking good. Okay. Looks like a white card. Other divers still going. You can sort of see the judges speeding up a little bit to keep track of the athlete. Oftentimes they will do that as the diver is getting close to the end because the diver has sped up. You sort of have to keep up with the diver. All right, that's a 150-meter turn. It appears that Jesper didn't go. I don't see safety still going. All right, Abdullah Ahmad is up. Yep, keep breathing, keep breathing. Marco Massi, Italy, also up. All right, looks like a white card. Looking at a bunch of judges just standing, pointing at the marker on the floor. Looking at what exactly the number is. Yep, there we go. Looks to be a white card. All right. From Heat 21, I have results. Oleg Kashev is a neutral athlete, completed 144 meters, white card. Leme Alvarez of Cuba, 50-plus men's division, 159 meters, white card. Nida Muthrain Bulut of Turkey, 134, white card. Mike Warner, Germany, 126, white card. Up next, Heat 24, we have Arnaud Collard of Belgium. We have Martin Mueller of Austria. Lane B, Romain Hinefray of France. Lane C, Aris Ioannidis of Greece. Lane D, competing in the 50-plus Masters category. Alessandro, I'll let you know where Marco popped up as soon as I have those results.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
I believe a little bit further than 175, though, maybe 180.
One minute.
So I oftentimes like to ask athletes what their first memory of holding their breath is. And for Arnaud, it was when he was on holiday as a child in the Mediterranean Sea. And Martin Mueller, as a child in the bathtub holding his breath, which is surprisingly common.
3, 2, 1.
For those who are in the chat, where did you first, what's your first memory of holding your breath? I'd love to hear and see what you guys remember from your youth.
Plus 10 seconds.
For me, I remember on my way to school each day, there was a cemetery that I would pass,
27,
and
28, 29,
I had heard somewhere that you weren't allowed to you weren't allowed to breathe when you passed a cemetery. And for, a kid at like 7 or 8 years old, you're just like, oh yeah, okay, I'll do that. So every day I would hold my breath walking past the cemetery. And yeah, I realize now that I was just doing apnea walks, and it was probably not a good idea. Yeah, that was my first memory of holding my breath. Aris, who is competing in lane 4, and in the Masters category, is one of the other athletes who are competing in all the disciplines. Absolute beast mode. He always shows up and has a fantastic performance. I'm always very impressed with him and his dives. For those who are just joining, we are looking at dynamic bifins today. As we can see on the screen, we're looking at alternating kick, maybe slightly less bend in the knee than what we're seeing there, but power being generated from the hips first, and then moving down the leg, cracking like a whip, recruiting muscles like the calves and the muscles even in your feet and your toes to generate all that power to put it into the fins to propel you forward. Seeing Romain pass the 175 meter mark now. I believe 175 meters. Yes. Cool. Let's see if he does a turn. Yep, we're just seeing a turn, so going to 200. This is Romain's first time discovering bifins. He hasn't done any... he's never competed in this before, so this is his first time. Passing the 225-meter mark, coming up. Strong recovery breaths. Very nice. Fully recovered, looking good. All right. That is a white card for Romain. Murrell says they remember holding their breath with their brother, who's competing the next few minutes. It was fun. I think it was 1 minute many years ago in our pool in Spain. Amazing. And Jessic says, I was around 11 or 13 doing 50-meter no fins, holding breath, holding myself under the pool ladder. Yes, another classic. Hold the ladder, go down, and hold on for as long as you can. I'm sure the lifeguards in your pool loved that. And Panna-Cotta. Oh, good to see you. Same thing. Cemetery apnea. Well, if it works, it works, you know? All right, we have results from Heat 22. We have Wolf Hiltensauer, 50 plus at the 157-meter mark. Boris Just, also of Austria, 50 plus division. 167, white card. Hamad Al-Kalandri, Kuwait, red card due to surface protocol. Oh, that really sucks. But he completed 201 meters, which is a massive dive. He should feel very proud of that. Milod Akhrabi, I believe, of Algeria. 165, white card. And once I have the full results for the next heat, I will let you guys know what they are. Coming up, Heat 26.
2 minutes.
We have in Lane A, Arnaud Manor of France, 50 plus division. Lane B, Finn Neb of Germany. Lane C, Ibrahim Al-Sulatni of Oman. I always mess up his name every single time. And then in Lane D, we have Gorkan Babahan of Turkey.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
For Arnaud, his personal best in dynamic is 186 meters. Let's see, do I have any other personal bests here on my sheets? No, I do not. Oh, my apologies. I may have jumped the gun a little bit here. Yes, I did. I jumped the gun. Thank you for checking me. All right, so currently we have Mark Verstappen of Belgium in Lane A. We have Bartosz Plonka of Poland, Lane B. Francesco Franceschini of Italy, Lane C, 60 plus division. And Nebojša Nevic of Serbia in Lane D. Yes, thanks, team. Sorry about that. I made a little whoopsie. But we're back on track.
5, 4, 3, 10 seconds.
All right. And we are off. Strong kicking from
Plus 20 seconds.
Bartosz, I believe.
Plus 25.
Ooh, speeding right along.
27, 28, 29, 30.
My goodness, that man is late for an important meeting. Mark, who is in lane A, was at a competition recently where he did 153 meters dynamic bifins. We'd love to see an improvement on that. Bartosz is coming up on 150 already. Everyone else coming off the wall at 100. Not that the speed matters. Just mostly me spreading my awareness across an entire pool. Really excited to see if Bartosz can keep this pace up. Passing the, coming up now. He's past the 175 mark, probably around 185. There we see Bartosz, Masters 50 plus division. I believe we see Francesco there. Mark also up in lane A. And we have Nebojša still going in lane D. Coming up on 200 meters. Let's see. Looks like Nebojša came up either right before or right after 200 meters. Come on. There we go. Breathe. No, I need to see. Okay. Hopefully, Nebojša was able to keep airways out of the water. We'll have to see once the results come in. It's an absolute pleasure, Julia. It's really great to see that you're here. Sorry I missed you once again in Bali. Hopefully, one of these days, we'll actually get to meet in person. Hopefully, one day. If Julia's still with you, please give her a big hug for me, though. Okay, I have some results from Heat 3. We have Nasser Eddin Belafar of Algeria, 101 meters, white card. Jesper Lauritsen did not start. Marco Massi of Italy, 175 meters, white card. And still waiting on Abdullah Al-Hamad of Kuwait's results.
Last 3 minutes.
Yes, now we're on to Heat 26. Arnaud Manner Lane 1, Lane A. Lane B, Finn Neb of Germany, Ibrahim Al-Sulatni. Oman, Lane C, Gorkhan Babahan, Turkey, Lane D. For those who don't know, when Finn is not diving, he is a circus artist specializing in aerial acrobatics.
2 minutes.
I might be making this up, but I believe he also does fire breathing? Maybe I'm making that up, but I feel like he told me that at one point. Anyway, super interesting guy. If you ever get a chance, definitely make sure you talk to him.
One minute and 30 seconds.
Arnaud is competing in the Masters 50 Plus division. At the French Cup in France, he completed 183 meters in dynamic bifins. So it would be amazing to see him push that just a little bit more. That would be so good. Okay, excellent, Muriel. Glad I can still trust my brain to remember these things, these very weird, obscure facts. Yes, let's definitely hope that his dive is on fire as well. Please look for the flames coming off of his fins as he flies through the water.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
This is Manor's first World Championship. I actually just had a bicycle accident last summer and is finished with his rehab now. And so he's really excited to be here to compete and to see what he's capable of doing.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Alvaro, there are 34 heats for this discipline, dynamic bifins, and then we have, I don't know exactly how many heats we have for 4x50 coming up. See, we're on heat 26 right now. We have about 8 more to go before we hit our break time, and then we will come back for for the 4x50 after lunch. Nice technique there on the screen. As we continue on, start watching more and more for more refined movements, looking for smaller movements in the legs, looking for more gentle yet somehow more powerful movements in the legs, for more relaxed positioning of the arms above the head. These are all things that you can really begin to see as we get into the much, much longer divers. For those who don't know, there are no announced performances at this competition. Everyone gave their personal bests to the competition organizers, and that is what we are using to actually place them in the starting lineup. So we start with the divers in the morning and in the beginning that have lower PBs, and then we get to the end with the divers with the very, very high PBs. And obviously, in order to go further, fin is up, there we go. In order to go further, you have to really have refined your technique to an insane degree. And so as a result, we see some really beautiful technique as we get later and later on in the day. All in about, Ramzi completed 177 meters with a white card. Whoop, nope, keep breathing, keep breathing, keep breathing. Okay. Holding it together. Let's see, who is that? That might be... Ibrahim. Okay. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, Finn could be around 200. Again, waiting on previous results all the way back from Heat 23. So as soon as I get those, I will let you guys know. Heat 27 coming up now. We have Gregor Mucha of Poland competing in the 55-plus division. We have Alexander Zaykin competing as a neutral athlete in lane B. We have Gorkem Gedek of Turkey, lane C, and Andras Soproni of Hungary in lane D. I believe Andras either currently holds or recently held. Let me check my cheat sheet here. Yes, Andras holds the current record for Hungary at 209 meters in dynamic bifins, and wants to have nice dives during this comp, but is also toying with maybe pushing the record a little bit more, which would be awesome. We were talking earlier about what your first memory of holding your breath is. And for Andras, his is as a little kid at the doctor. This doctor was checking him and said to hold his breath for as long as he can.
1 minute.
No, sorry, he said to breathe normally. And so, of course, being a child, he was defiant and held his breath for as long as he could. And his doctor waited patiently and told his mom that it was okay, he would breathe eventually. Which is fantastic.
Thirty seconds.
Still no results for Arnaud yet.
20 seconds.
But I do appreciate the enthusiasm, Sylvain.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time. Plus 10 seconds.
All right.
Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Laszlo, good to see you in the chat. Andras wanted me to shout out to you and to thank you for all of your work building the best freediving club on the globe, the No Oxygen Apnea Club. I hear you guys are doing some pretty awesome work there, so thank you for what you do to build the community. Please do feel free to spam your support for the athletes in the chat. I love to see it. They love to see it. It's a pleasure, Laszlo. It's good to share the love, you know? Alright, looks like we have Gorkim coming up on 150. And a turn. Andras also off the wall. Everyone else coming off at 150 as well. Andras crossing the 175 meter mark. Looks like Gorkum is coming up. Breathe. Keep breathing. Whoop. Airways dipped. Yep. This is going to be supported by the safety team. Fast response there. Helping remove the facial equipment, making sure that he's able to breathe unimpeded. Let's see. Lanes A and B. Still going, looking like, yep, we've got two turns. I believe Alexander coming up now. 200, ooh, blue lips. Ooh, that's some cyanosis right there. As I was saying before, there we go. Full color back. As I was saying before, some divers get really, really blue lips when their bodies are low in oxygen. Others don't have any issues at all. You can't tell. Alexander had incredibly blue lips. Okay, yes, I have results for you beautiful, amazing people. We have in Heat 24, Arnaud Collard of Belgium, 165 meters, white card. We have Martin Mueller of Austria, 73 meters, white card. We have Romain Hinafre of France, 230 meters, white card. Ooh-wee. We have Aris Ioannidis of Greece, 165, white card. We have in Heat 25, Mark Verstappen of Belgium, 151 meters, white card. Bartosz Plonka, 185 meters, white card. We have Francesco Franceschini's, oof. Italy, 155 meters, white card, and Nebojša Nisevic of Serbia, 200 meters, white card. Those are the results that I have at the moment. As I have others, I will let you guys know. Waiting on, the most recent heats. Heat 27 just completed, so I definitely don't have those results yet, and we're still waiting on Heat 26 as well. Neutral athlete, meaning that they are not competing with a national team. Yes, huge dive for Romain. Very nicely done for him. All right, moving right along. Not even a chance to take a glass of water. Heat 28, we have Noriyuki Yabe of Japan, lane A. Lane B, we have Michal Borczynek of Poland, lane B. We have Martino Valsangiacomo of Switzerland.
1 minute.
Lane C, and Robert Groseta of Slovenia, lane D. There we go. Names on screen. Noriyuki holds the national record for bifins.
20 seconds.
Let's see, do I have that information? What it exactly is? 169 meters. Nice.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
We also have Michal, whose personal best is 200 meters. And we have Robert Groseta, whose personal best is 201 meters.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25.
If you guys do have any questions about the event, about the competition, about freediving, please do let me know. I am happy to answer any and all questions.
Break.
Okay, wall turn at 50. Really slow movements. coming from this group, although we do have, let's see, who is that? We have Martino moving at maybe a normal pace. Rafael, that is funny and entirely possible. The Polish team is a menace to other freedivers. So many world records held by Polish team at the moment. Incredible athletes, lovely, lovely people. Thanks, team. Cool. We have Noriyuki up, giving a little bit of a head bob. I think keeping airways above the water, though, so should be okay there. Noriyuki up at around 150, maybe 160. Martino's still going. I believe Michel's still going. Yep, he's still going in lane B. Robert is up now. Whoop, keep breathing, keep breathing, keep breathing. Oh, keep the airways up. Oh. Okay, we've got who is this coming off the wall at 200? All right. I believe that is Michel. As you saw, the diver did dip below the water after taking recovery and breathing, and the safeties let it happen. That is part of what they have been trained on. They've been trained that you let the athlete do as much as they can under their own effort as possible before you intervene, because as soon as a safety diver touches an athlete, they are disqualified. That is a red card. And as such, because again at this highest level, there are athletes who ride that line so hard, they are able to come back. And we've seen it time and time again today. But as a result, the safeties give them the space to continue to compete. And so that's why we saw what may have seemed a little heartless to let the diver breathe and recover and just slip below the surface. That is the safeties supporting the athletes and helping them hopefully get a white card, and if not, as we saw, immediately come in to support the diver and bring them back up to the surface and assist them. Ahmed, you can indeed dive without a wetsuit. There are plenty of the fin swimmers who just wear their suits. Some people are wearing their full-on wetsuits. Tomorrow during static, you will see people doing a combination of the two again. Some people you'll probably see in thicker wetsuits because for a long period of time you were just laying there completely still. And yeah, just one of those things. And Anatoly is correct as well. Yeah, you can create more drag if you are not wearing a wetsuit. A lot of the wetsuits that we are seeing, testing, there we go. A lot of the wetsuits that we're seeing are called smooth skin wetsuits, where the outside of the wetsuit is raw neoprene, and the inside has a thin cloth lining to sort of keep it all together. That smooth skin is very hydrophobic. So it basically allows you to fly through the water with no drag on you. Whereas a normal swimsuit is made of your normal nylon cloth, and that has little holes in it and catches more water. And again, at this level, you want every edge you can. Sort of like how swimmers in the Olympics will wear swim caps or just shave their heads bald. No results yet, starting with Heat 26. As soon as they're available, I will let you guys know. Rule asks, seems like there are a lot more dips and blackouts than last year in Belgrade. Is that right? Is there a higher amount this time? I don't know if I would say it's a higher amount or not. I think, each competition is different. Each competition has a different mix of athletes coming. Some push harder than others. But ultimately, I think this is pretty par for the course for this comp. Maybe it just feels like it because we're catching it a lot more. But I don't think we are seeing anything out of the ordinary here. So at the moment we are on a break. We have a 20-minute break for the judges to get some water because they're walking back and forth all day. They need a little bit of time. I'm quickly going to run and grab some more water, and I will come right back. And as soon as I do, hopefully we will have the results for Heat 26, and I can answer all of your guys' questions. Until then, why don't you guys run, go grab a snack, a little snacky poo, go grab some water, something to drink, and I'll see you guys back here in like 5 minutes. Easy 5 minutes. Okay. Hello, hello. We are back. Yes, Anatoly. We do have some results, don't we? So, from Heat 26, we have Arnaud Manor of France, 50 plus, 193 meters, white card. We have Finn Neb of Germany, 200 meters on the dot, white card. We have Ibrahim Al-Sulatni, Oman, 229 meters, white card. Gorkan Babahan, Turkey, 210 meters, white card. We have, for Heat 27, Gregor Mucha of Poland, 55 plus division, 203 meters. Alexander Zaikin, neutral athlete, 213 meters, white card. Gorkum Gedek, Turkey, 228 meters. E. I assume that's supposed to be a W for white card. We have Andras Soproni of Hungary, 197 white card. And then waiting on results from the most recent heat, Heat 28.
Last 3 minutes.
Gorkum Gedek is a red card with no notes as to why. I believe, oh yeah, he had the airway dip. Still, 228 meters. Whoo-wee. Beefy dive. So we do have someone in lane A, but I have no information on who that person is. May have been someone who did not go earlier in the day for some reason. We see Nanad in lane D, resting his head in his hot pink swim cap, looking fly as always. So, going down the line, we have lane B, Fahad Al-Ghosaibi. Al-Ghosaibi?
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So we have Fahad Al-Ghosaibi of Saudi Arabia in lane B. We have Vladimir Amvrosov, neutral athlete, 50 plus division in lane C, and Nenad Pavkovic of Serbia, lane D. Okay, well, you guys are seeing the name on your screen. My eyes are apparently not very good. I'm looking at the giant screen in the pool. I don't have one in front of me, so I can't tell exactly who the name of the person in lane A is. But you guys will have it. You guys have it now.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
My apologies, Hassan. I thought I had said Saudi Arabia. My mistake. Fahad, yeah, is from Saudi Arabia.
Plus 20 seconds. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Ah, Hassan, okay. We'll see about changing that. Thank you. Love you too. All right. Moving through my notes. Nanad would like me to let you all know that he initially discovered freediving as a result of his coach Boris, who is here and has been working with the Kuwait team quite extensively. And his first memory of holding his breath, as we've sort of been talking about already, is that he was afraid to come out of the water because Boris was going to hit him with a hammer. Very, very silly. Nanad has such a good sense of humor. He was a lot of fun to hang out with when we were in Belgrade together last year, and even still, he catches me all the time. It was a big goof. If you ever get a chance, do go have a chat with him. So much fun. Alright, we still have athletes going. Coming up on 200. We have Fahad coming off the wall now. Coming up, there he is. Looking good and fresh. Around 102, 103. We have Nanad. He is up. Okay sign. Vlad is also up, although I can't see. Looks like he's right on the wall, so 200. We shall see. Very nice dives. Hey DJ, that is a good question. The question is if there are drugs that can be used in freediving, and what sort of protocols does CMAS have in place? So during the competition, there are random drug tests being performed. Also, I believe the top 2 athletes in every discipline are drug tested. Based against the WADA banned substances list. Yeah. I don't want to get into it too terribly much. I mean, yes. I know that there are some things that freedivers can do to improve their performance with drugs.
There's a lot more that you can read online about it. I'm not too up to date on it. I don't really want to comment on it all that much. But there are substances that can be used to decrease the heart rate, calm the mind, that sort of stuff. And those are banned. If you go on the CMAS website, there is an article and whole section on doping and drugs. And you can check it all out there. There's a lot of documentation on it. And I know CMAS is looking at also, I believe, updating the list as well. But yes, at this competition there is doping control. And we are anti-doping control? Yeah, anti-doping control. And that's something that we take very seriously. No results yet for Vlad. Still waiting on the results from Heat 28. But yes, I believe around 200. Maybe he came up a meter before, or maybe came off the wall a meter after. We'll see. We'll see where exactly he came up, but around 200. Yes, congratulations to Mohammed and to all the other athletes that have been not only competing today, but also those who have broken national records, and to Magdalena Solchalanda, who set a new world record today at 163. Oh my gosh, so many names today. Magdalena, 263 meters. New world record in dynamic bifins. Also, I do believe that there have been a few new world records set for the Masters categories as well. There will be a award ceremony later on in the afternoon today after the 4x50 discipline concludes. That will be live streamed as well, so if you are keen for that, please do stick around on the CMAS Freediving Instagram and also on the YouTube chat, or on the YouTube thing. You know, we'll make it official. Don't forget to smash that subscribe button, ring that bell so you get notifications. We are actually, I'm being annoying, but we do actually have the events all scheduled. So, and if you do ring the bell, you'll be notified when the events start. So if that's something you're keen on, give it a ring, and we'll see you then. All right.
1 minute.
Heat 30 out of 34 for dynamic bifins. In lane A, we have Klaus Kasten of Germany. Lane B, we have Wojciech Musidlowski of Poland. We have Dmitry Smentenik, who is competing as a neutral athlete. And then we have Vanya Pels of Croatia in lane D.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. We see Klaus packing.
4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Packing is an advanced technique used by divers to add more air into their lungs. It's not something that you should try if you have not been trained,
10 seconds.
as you can actually hurt your lungs in doing so.
Okay, here we go. We see a really nice arm position there. Like I was saying before, we want to rest the biceps on the back of the head. That is the way that actually makes the arms above the head worth it. Otherwise, if you're holding your arms above your heads and you're keeping your shoulders tight and your arms tight to keep it there, you are using that oxygen that you would have conserved through a better streamlined position. Whereas with this, if you can rest your arms on the back of your head, you can deactivate the muscles in your shoulders and generally conserve that oxygen. And like I said, that makes the arm position worth it above your head. So it's a really beautiful looking arm position technique right there. Hopefully we'll have a chance to actually see it underwater as well. Thanks, Rafael. I'm doing my best here with the names. Although I have to say, compared to my first competition that I did, I'm doing really, really well. If you guys think this is bad, oh boy. Go back to Turkey 2020. 2021. Yeah. You can watch me butcher every single person's name live on camera. Okay, we have Wojciech coming up at the 150 mark in lane B. Klaus also coming off. Passing 175. Wojciech is off. Passing by, whoop. Okay. He is up. We have two divers up. We also have Klaus as well. Looking okay. We also have Vanya up at 175, pretty much for everybody. Dmitry is still going, has sped up quite a bit. Okay, Dmitry is up around 190. Sorry, no, excuse me, at around 230 or about. I'm not in a great position to see though. Okay, looking good. Giving the safety a high five. Probably okay, maybe a white card. We'll have to wait for the results, which I am still waiting for from Heat 28. So before you guys ask, I know you guys are very excited for the results. I am too. When I get them, you'll get them. Okay, here we go. From Heat 28, we have Noriyuki Yabe of Japan, 145 meters, white card. Michal Borenchek, Poland, 205 meters, white card. Martini, ooh, excuse me. Ooh, went down the wrong tube. Martino Valsangiacomo of Switzerland, 203 meters, red card due to blackout. Robert Groseta, Slovenia, 191 meters, white card. That may be Francisco, putting on some little booties for his fins. I often like to talk about how absolutely crushing the foot pockets can be on competition fit fins, to the point where wearing them for longer than 10 minutes is near excruciating. Competition fit is basically what you wear to transfer all of the power from your legs into the fins. If your foot pocket is loose, as if the foot pocket itself moves and bends more than you actually put the power into the fin, you lose that power. And in order to get the most you can out of your fins, you want them to be as tight as possible and to basically become an extension of your body. And so athletes will wear hellishly tight fins and foot pockets to get that little extra bit, because over a 250 meter dive, it all adds up. So we'll oftentimes see athletes putting soap into their foot pockets, or putting on little booties, or using some kind of lubricant to be able to slide their feet into this foot pocket. Because otherwise, you just can't do it. All right, heading over to Heat 31, we have Alexander Maximov of the neutral athletes in lane A. We have Fran Quesada. No, sorry, not Quesadilla. Fran Quesada of Spain in lane B. We have Mikhail Britanstev, also neutral athlete in lane C. And we have Karl Karch of Poland in lane D. Ahmed, they are using, most people use the lobster neck weight. It's a really nice modular system that has a bunch of different weight amounts. The little connect thingies are different weights from 500 grams down to 100 grams. You can check them out on the internet. I believe Lobster also just released a weight for depth diving as well. So go ahead and check them out. They make really good weights. There are other companies that make them as well, but Lobster is the industry standard. You can also definitely make one yourself by filling an inner tube, like a bicycle inner tube, with lead buckshot, and then also zip tying waist belt weights down the back as well. Something important to note with these kinds of neck weights is that the distribution of the weight is very important. Putting all of the weight around your waist or around your neck will pull the body down in that place. But if you can distribute the weight along the spine, that will help to actually just keep you straight in the water and not have to sort of move your body position at all. So the design of the weight being along the neck and down the spine is actually very important.
Top time.
All right.
Plus 10 seconds.
And we are off. Look for some really, really big dives here.
Plus 20 seconds.
Carl is a fantastic athlete.
Plus 25.
Mikhail also
26,
fantastic.
27, 28, 29, 30.
Mikhail's PB is 254 meters, which is pretty close to the current record, currently set by Guillaume Bourdila, who will be diving soon at 274 meters. Fran is a national record holder for Spain, with the dynamic bifins discipline being set at 225. Yeah, diving without a nose clip is sort of interesting. One of the things, it shows that they have a lot of control over their soft palate and don't necessarily mind water going up their nose. And for a lot of people, you know, having that water sort of being there is a distraction, is disconcerting. And, you know, I mean, we've seen most people dive with a nose clip on just to keep the water out of their nose, and it's one less thing they have to focus on. For others, it's not something they have to focus on anyway because it doesn't matter to them. It's a subtle flex, you know? Fran is coming up on 200 meters now. Mikhail has a really nice technique with giving a few kicks and then a really strong glide. It's important to note that Carol is a slower diver. So even though, like, we have... okay, Fran is up at around 226, which should be a new national record. Mikhail moving on past, coming up now. Surface protocol complete for Mikhail at around 238, we'll say. Something like that. Carol, I believe, is still going. He has crossed the 300 mark. Sorry, no, not the 300 mark. The 225, 235. Okay, Carol is up at around 240. Clean protocol. Carol always gets me when he dives because I always have to remind myself he dives really slowly, so it always feels like he's gone much further. So I'm always like, oh, this is at the 400 meter mark now. Oh God. Oh wait, no, that's not right. Beautiful dives from our divers here. Very nicely done. We also saw Fran shouting out to Ma. And shout out to all the friends and family who are watching it from at home. Sport really means a lot to the athletes, to us as a sport. Thank you. Okay, so I have some results for you guys. From Heat 30, we have Klaus Kasten of Germany, 212 meters. We have Wojciech Musidlowski of Poland, 224 meters. Dmitry Smentenik of the neutral athletes, 237 meters. And Vanya Peles of Croatia, 226 meters. All right, getting ready. Moving into Heat 32. We have Vivian Richards of France in lane A. We have Paolo Fontana of Italy, lane B. We have Rovier Skoric of Croatia, and we have Boris Milosic, also of Croatia. So we just saw Vivian relaxing, getting ready. I asked him what he does to prepare for a dive. And he says that at these kinds of big events, he really feels quite a lot of pressure.
2 minutes.
And he reminds himself that he's one of the youngest of the divers, and if he goes working very hard and is very smart and is very serious about his training, that he has decades to achieve good results. Offhand, I do not have the top 3, although there will be a lot of shifting around in the next let's see,
1 minute.
1, 2, the next 3 heats. There are 3 more heats left. There will be a lot of shuffling around, and so at the moment, we're looking like, from the information I have, Dmitry Smentenkin is sitting in front with 237, but that will change as the official, unofficial results.
30 seconds.
Excuse me. The official, unofficial results come in for Carol. That will change.
20 seconds.
Okay, so the results from Heat 31 just came in. Alexander,
10 seconds.
230 meters, white card. Fran, 226, white card, new national record for Spain.
1.
Mikhail, 233, white card. Carol, 237, white card.
Plus 10 seconds.
And we begin. Again, seeing that really nice arm position,
Plus 20 seconds.
holding the arms above the head, resting the biceps on the back of the
Plus
head.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Paolo recently did 236 meters at the Italian Spring Championships and currently holds 6 national records. Let's see. Has done 232 and 236 meters in a short pool this year in this discipline. In a long pool, his PB is 231 meters. So let's see what we can manage today. Off the wall at 100. I believe that was Boris that we just saw. Take a moment to notice how effortless this looks for these athletes. They make it look very, very easy, and it's very easy to forget that they're swimming 200 plus meters. Like, try swimming 200 plus meters while breathing in 3 minutes. Let me know how you feel. Coming up on the 200-meter mark. Beautiful turn off the wall. Looking so effortless. We have Paolo coming up on 225. Rovier speeding up a little bit, getting to whoa. Whoop. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay. Nice recovery. Anatoly, that's a good question. There is no penalty for pushing off the bottom. Boris passing 225. Coming up at around 200 and probably around 237, 238. Looking okay. Waiting to see what the result is. Okay, I believe should have been a white card. Didn't see the card given, but for now we'll trust it's a white card. Okay. Up next, heat 33 of 34. We have Yue Xiangshu, Joseph of Chinese Taipei in lane A. We have Enes Semajic. That's probably not right. Of Croatia in lane B. We have Mauro Generali of Italy in lane C. And Ming Jin of China in lane D. If I'm not mistaken, that is William Joy. Yes, that is William.
Last 3 minutes.
William is the current Chinese record holder for China. Very strong competitor. Looking forward to seeing him do a pretty beefy dive here coming up soon. And Joseph, being in lane A, has worked pretty extensively with William. Mentor, friend. They were together quite a bit in Belgrade last year as well. Please do feel free to spam your support for the athletes in the chat. Always good to see that love.
One minute and 30 seconds.
Joseph is ready to go.
One minute.
Come with me to the VIP. Go home?
30 seconds.
Mauro holds the Italian record.
10 seconds.
I'm going to double check on that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top time.
Thanks, Janet. Nice to have you here.
Plus 10 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Judges taking their walk once again, back and forth across the pool. I was talking earlier about how Carol is a slow diver. William is more of a fast diver. Again, each diver is different. Each one is able to decide how they would like to perform the discipline. It's entirely up to them to figure out which style works for them. Afa, it's really good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Can't wait to see you very, very soon. Sofian, yes, the diver is able to take up to 30 seconds after top time to begin their dive. If they do not start after top time, then they get a DNS, did not start. Ah, Roberto, thank you. So Mauro has the current national record for Italy at 261 meters. I had it written as 281 meters. So I was like, that's not right. So thank you. William passing the 225 meter mark, coming up at around 236. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Joseph is up in lane A. And we have Mauro still going, turning off the wall at 250. Mauro is still down, passing roughly 260. Giving a few clicks and a glide. Okay, Mauro is up. Good protocol. Keep breathing. Looking good. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Wow, what a dive. Okay. Beautiful. So as soon as I have exact details on the numbers, I will let you know. I'm going to estimate around 263 or 65 for Mauro. Okay. Amazing dives here. We have one more heat coming up. From Heat 32, the results are as follows. Vivian Richard of France. 39 meters. Must have had an issue there. Paola Fontana of Italy, 241 meters. White card. We have Rovier Skorčić, 265 meters. White card. We have Boris Milosic, 238 meters. White card. I hear you, team. I have sent a message to the camera guys to make sure that they are staying on the action, because I also want to see. Oh, Amelia. Rovier, 265. Okay, we are finishing off this discipline today with some big heavy hitters. We have David Kustic of Croatia in lane A. We have Guillaume Bourdila, the current record holder of France, in lane B, set at 274 meters. We have Goran Kolac of Croatia in lane C, and Matt Malina of Poland in lane D. By Goran. See David packing still.
Lost 20 seconds.
Guillaume finishing his packing, coming off the wall.
27, 28, 29:30.
I don't think I see Matt Molina in the water. So it could be a DNS. We have Goran passing the 75-meter mark now. David and Guillaume also passing 75 at this time. No results from Heat 33 yet. Goran passing 125. Ahmed, the lobster itself does not work for deep diving, but their other brand, I think they call it the squid, is a one that specifically moves around the neck completely and stays put. The lobster weights for these are designed to gently sit on the shoulders, and if you were to go upside down or invert yourself, it would just fall right off. So lobster is not good for depth diving, but they do have, the brand itself has a one that is for depth, so you can look for that. 200 meters, done and dusted. Goran coming up on 225. David also coming up on 225. David hitting 250 and speeding up. Goran hitting 250. David passing two. David up at 276 maybe. Goran passing 275. 380. Sorry, no, 280. Guillaume is up at 275. Goran is up close to 300. Record in dynamic bifins. We'll get the exact numbers, but it's looking around 285, 290, somewhere around there. Which is kind of insane. And Guillaume, we have at around 274, I think. So, with all of those being white cards, you have the top three right there. Goran in first, David in second, Guillaume in third. Again, as results come in, I will let you know. Still waiting on Heat 33. Yes, Matt did not start, which is within his right. He may be going for a big attempt tomorrow during static. Want to take the day to rest. We will have to see. Got lots of interviews going on, lots of photo taking. Time for some celebrations. As I said before, excuse me. Oh man, still got a little cough going on here. As I said before, all these results are unofficial until they've been reviewed by the judges. And, okay, thank you, Anatoly. Hopefully we will have Matt back as a speed recovery very soon. All the results are unofficial until they have been verified by the judges, and record attempts will need to be ratified as well. So we may have some results here. But the official results for world record attempts and world record changes will not be officially ratified until later on this year. For now, we can say, heck yeah, let's go. Look at these new records. Okay, so it looks like we have a 2-hour break in the schedule between the dynamic bifins and the 4x50 event. I'm going to hang out and make sure that we get the results before I let you guys go for a little bit. If you guys have any questions, please do feel free to post them in the chat. Happy to answer. And while you guys are thinking of questions, you guys should take a moment to go follow CMAS Freediving on Instagram, like them on Facebook. At the same time, you can follow me at Brandon Freediver on Instagram. I'm posting some behind-the-scenes stuff. Ooh. The screen is being all funky. Yeah. Let's see here. We are still waiting on the results from the last heat and the heat before that. Oh, okay. So official scores will be posted later on tonight on the CMAS Freediving Instagram page. We'll try and get these results sorted as soon as possible. Additionally, we will be having the award ceremony at around, let's see, hopefully at around 6:30 p.m. Kuwait time. So in about 4.5 hours, we'll have the award ceremony, which will be live streamed. So you can check it out there if you would like. Let's see. Please give me some results. Okay, here we go. Heat 33. We have Joseph of Chinese Taipei, 239 meters, white card. We have Ines Magic of Croatia, 177 meters, white card. We have Mauro Generali, 270 meters, white card. We have William Joy, 236 meters, white card. We have David Husic of Croatia, 276 meters. Guillaume Bordila, 273 meters, and Goran Kolac, new world record, 292 meters. All white cards, all amazing dives. Wow. Okay, on that note, I'm going to go have some lunch. So I will chat with you guys in 2 hours. We'll be switching streams to a different one. So feel free to chat in the group if you would like for a little bit longer. And otherwise, I will see you in about 2 hours. Bye.